May I please have everyone's attention? Before the meeting begins, we ask that everyone please silence your cell phones. The Fort Bend ISD Board of Trustee meeting is an open meeting for the public to observe the board conducting district business. Therefore, patrons may only address the board during the designated audience item section on the agenda. If you have printed materials you want to give to board members, you must provide them to me or any officer present, and we will provide them to the board. We also ask that members of the audience be respectful of others by remaining quiet so that everyone is able to hear the proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The time is 6:02 p.m. and this meeting is hereby called to order. We have the presence of a quorum attending in person. Notice of this meeting has been posted online and at the Fort Bend ISD Administration Building for at least 72 hours. First, I want to say welcome back, and I hope everyone had a blessed Thanksgiving. And we'll start with the superintendent's update.
Thank you, President Malone and members of the board. Good evening, everyone. Today, we'll start off with some celebrations. Congratulations to Marshall High School football team and their coaches for an outstanding season. They are the last team standing in Fort Bend ISD, and they made it all the way to the state quarterfinals. So that is quite an accomplishment. They did not prevail against Port Neches Grove Friday in the playoffs, but we salute them and we're proud of them. And we also want to have a special congratulations to Jordan Davis, who's named KPRC Channel 2 Player of the Week. So congratulations to Marshall. I'm also happy to announce that all Fort Bend ISD facilities have earned the WELL Health Safety Rating seal. And this effort started almost a year ago. It involves facilities, the police department, child nutrition, and risk management. Our Director of Facilities, Terrence Thomas, led this initiative. And our stamp of approval comes from the International Well Building Institute, which recognizes the work done to make places and spaces in the district safer and healthier for everyone. So we will receive our official door seals in the near future, so look for them when you enter our buildings. Moving on to another celebration, we have a lot of fine arts that are doing amazing things in our district. 78 of our fine arts students have advanced to nationals after qualifying at the Texas Thespian Festival in Grapevine, Texas. 2 of our students received the high honor of being asked to perform at the closing ceremonies. We have a snippet of a video, always good, especially at an agenda review where we don't have a national anthem, we don't have live children, to hear just a glimpse of these ladies' performances. It was shot off of a projector in the festival auditorium, so the visual quality isn't top-notch, but the audio captures their amazing voices. So I don't know about everyone else, but I feel like I have goosebumps, and I feel like I was in Broadway for a moment. And it's exciting to see where our kids are going, but we know they're going to nationals this summer in Indiana. And a quick fact from Shaq, when it comes to inner healing, you cannot, should not, and need not do it alone. When you're going through challenging times, talk to a friend, a family member, or someone that you trust. And so my last item for tonight is very bittersweet, as we recognize a very important person in our district who will be retiring at the end of this month, and that's Mr. Oscar Perez. Oscar, if you'll just stand up and wave to everyone while I talk a little bit about you. This will be his last board meeting, and he joined the district in 2015 as Executive Director of Design and Construction, and then he became our Chief Operating Officer a year later in 2016. He led us through the 2018 bond from day one, and he continues to lead the ongoing work from that bond as well as still work from the 2014 bond. And no doubt he'll be leading us right up until the moment that he walks out of the door. He's respected among our school district and among leaders across the state. I also want to, as a moment of personal privilege, share that when I became superintendent, Oscar was already looking at retiring, and he told me he was planning on it, but that he would hang in there a little while longer. And I want to personally thank you for the 13 additional months that you've given while I've been here and helped us to adjust. And so you are absolutely at the top of your game, and so very, very much appreciated. He's a straight shooter, and he has a strong opinion, and he will let you know it, and he's usually right. And we wish him and his wife, Leslie, you can see pictures of the grandkids and his wife, Leslie, and their beautiful family, many, many wonderful years of joy ahead. And I would also like to read, before I invite members of the E-team who would like to share something, and then I know there might be board members who would like to say something about Oscar. Long Pham, by the way, has never missed a board meeting in 9 years, is sick tonight, and so this is his statement about Oscar. Heart of gold, cares about others deeply, his staff, his peers, and the students. And every time there's a late bus, he is the last to leave. He doesn't go home until he knows the bus made it back safe. And Long says he will miss his partnership, leadership, mentorship, but most of all, his friendship. So thank you to Long, who's probably listening while at home ill. And so, E-team, I invite you for remarks. I know some of you wanted to share a few things.
I'll just say that I've had the privilege of knowing Oscar since our days in San Antonio ISD. We overlapped for 6 months there, and he's a man of integrity. I think that's the main way you can describe him. Well known throughout the state among all the construction community. They all know that he's a man of integrity. He doesn't cut corners on things, when it comes to our buildings or whatever else. And it's bittersweet, but we just wish him and Leslie the best in this next chapter of their lives.
And I'd like to just add that not only is he a man of integrity, but he is a man of faith, and he has kept us going through some really difficult times, especially when we were discovering all kinds of new things in the district. He had the right answers. He knew how to point us in the right direction. And when he didn't know the answer, he went and found the answer for us. And so I'm exceedingly thankful to him for his guidance, his professionalism, and for carrying us through some very difficult times in this district.
And I've always appreciated the fact that Oscar, as Dr. Whitbeck mentioned, has his opinions and he is not afraid to share them, and he is usually right. But when he is challenged, he is always willing to listen and not necessarily push back just for the sake of pushing back because he may know the answer. He's always providing the information that you need, and I'll definitely miss that about him.
Oscar, I just want to add that the thing that you taught me the most was to listen, and Oscar generally is one of the last people to weigh in on a subject. He has listened and listened well before he tells us what he knows and how sometimes we don't know what we're talking about. Maybe I should make that an I statement. But the thing that I will miss the most is throughout it all, the burdens and the challenges, you've maintained your sense of humor and your perspective, and have helped us kind of realize that we'll get through it. There's always going to be another day. So echo everything that was said and wish you well. We'll miss you.
Well, in addition to everything else that's said, you're a fellow Javelina. So we always had an instant connection by going to the same college. Not at the same time, but definitely going to the same college. So I always appreciated Oscar's sense of humor, and we've been on many 4 a.m. conference calls trying to determine whether or not we were going to open school, and we've spent a lot of time together, and I always appreciated your opinions and your insight. And I will tell you, the public, that every time Oscar makes a decision, it's always in the best interest of the students, every single time. So appreciate you for that.
And lastly, one thing I want to say, it's very important as a leader to prepare the folks that work for you. And they don't have mics in front of them now, but I want to, tell you what Carolina sent me today. The time, dedication, and knowledge that Oscar has poured into Fort Bend ISD will not go unnoticed. He has set the operational foundation for the district to be successful. He will be deeply missed. So thank you, Carolina. And thank you, Oscar.
All right, and we'll open it up to board members. Mr. Garcia?
Thank you, Madam President. I first met Mr. Perez, Oscar, I guess back in 2019 when I was in the Board Leadership Academy, and not really knowing all the ins and outs of what it took to run a school district, much less a school district this size, I quickly understood what an undertaking it was, learning that coming into this job isn't a 9-to-5 job, seeing all the things that go in beyond just what happens in the classroom, buses, transportation, logistics, your AC, your heating. It was an amazing undertaking. And then from that whole process, getting to know you, getting to spend time and learn about what makes a lot of you tick. And a lot of that revolved around just being in education. And you're in education, you're not necessarily an educator. Doesn't mean that you're not in education. You're in an education field for a reason. But being in this role, I quickly saw how much it meant to you to be a part of a school district and doing a lot of these things and building and working on a lot of these programs, building schools for children, for educating our youth. And it was definitely inspiring. One of the reasons why I think I'm here in this role is because I got a pretty good grasp of what it took to operate the school district, and it just sort of motivated me more to want to serve in this role. And I thank you for that. I thank you for your friendship, and I definitely wish you well. So stay in touch, and I got your number. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Mrs. Hannon?
So, Mr. Perez, I would just like to say thank you. On a personal level, I know I ask a lot of questions, and I always appreciate the respectful way and the direct way you give me an answer, and you support your staff in doing that as well. I'm also amazed at over the past 2 years, if something's going on at a certain school, you know what's going on, and you seem to know the end date of when it's finished. But keeping up all of the projects and helping and supporting your staff, see those come to fruition for our kids and for this district. I just really commend your work on that, and thank you for all you've done for this district. I really appreciate you.
Thank you, Ms. Hannon. Dr. Gilliam?
I was going to go last, but since she's going down here, thank you, Oscar Perez. When I think about what I heard Dr. Whitbeck talking and everyone else, I heard the word sustainability in my head. And I thank you for helping us to sustain. And I thought that you were going to leave earlier. Then I was like, well, Oscar's still around here. I said, well, okay, well, maybe I misheard it. And I didn't ask anyone again. But I believe that you were ready to go last December. And then hearing the 13 months, that time is so very precious. And to take the time to stay. And one thing I was always taught, that whenever you leave a job, you really shouldn't be missed, because if you did what you needed to do, there's sustainability and the people around you have been trained, and it's going to continue. And I thank you for doing that for us. That we will miss you, of course. We will miss you. But there are 3 words that I wrote down as I'm looking at your pictures, because again, time is so very precious, and now you have time to really enjoy life and sit back. And the words that I think of is joy. I wish you joy. I wish you prosperity and good health. And just go and vacation and enjoy. And when you see that 634 number, don't answer it. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you, Dr. Gilliam. Mrs. Day.
Thank you, Madam President. So, Mr. Oscar Perez, I got to know you when I was still a parent, volunteering in Clements. And I hear, because when we have some problems, I keep hearing this powerful man in the district. If we have an AC problem, any kind of problems, Oscar is the person to talk to. And so I had a really get to know you is 2018 when I invited the team to Commonwealth for the bond presentation. And by that time, you really impressed me with your knowledge and then your honest answers to the community. I always remember that. And then our experience extended last year when we worked together on the land committee. So I think all the wonderful things already been said. But I'm so glad to know tonight it's not my question, drove you away. So that's a big relief. But that being said, though, since this is your last meeting, I'll make sure to ask a lot of questions to keep you as long as possible. So thank you so much for what you have done for us.
Good one, Miss Day. Thank you. Ms. Williams, would you like to comment? No. Okay. Mr. Hamilton?
Yeah, I won't add much to what's already been said, but Oscar, just want to say thank you for the years of dedication and service to our district, and you've led in an exemplary way in the short time I've been on the board. So thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Okay, and then Mr. Perez, I'd like to say thank you that I have enjoyed not only working with you, whether doing land things or answering, getting answers to questions from you. I want to say that with stuff that I came to you with, whether it was building things or last year with kids trying to get on buses, you were not only calm, cool, and collective every single time, but you had such a heart for service and kindness and for the good of the organization for every single student here in Fort Bend. And there was never a doubt in my mind that it was completely genuine, and your heart, here you said a heart of gold, is so true. And recently it was fun enjoying meeting your wife. She's a beautiful woman, and I'm so grateful that you get to now, I don't know, everybody doesn't know, but he had been commuting. And so now to be able to spend that time together is awesome. For you, we know that you have big shoes to fill and that you have been rock solid for us regarding the operations of Fort Bend. And so thank you for that. But now it looks like that precious picture of you and your grandson, it sounds like it's time for mohawks, time for relaxation, enjoying your time off, trying something new, inspiring somebody, remembering something to enjoy, and spending time with your family. And may God bless you in this next chapter of your life. Thank you, sir, for all that you've done.
So, in closing, I would, before I turn it over to Mr. Perez, because I'm sure you'd like to say a few words, we will have a reception for Oscar sometime in the near future, and we have to coordinate calendars, and we'll make that happen so that the rest of the district can certainly say their goodbyes and their best wishes. Oh, Dr. Mensa, did we miss you first?
Yes, you missed me first. So I just want to take an opportunity to thank Oscar, because Oscar has just been a model of leadership in the way that he treats everyone. You can tell that he shows respect regardless of your title to all of the employees and people that he interacts with. And it's remarkable just the amount of sacrifice that he has given to the district, being away from his family and traveling and just showing like his dedication to Fort Bend ISD for so many years. And it's extraordinarily challenging to do his job because there's so many challenges, all of the issues that are in his departments that he supervises and supports, but to show up every single day, be able to joke and have fun and be a true partner. He was someone that I've learned a lot from and I truly respect, and there's going to be huge shoes to fill for someone who doesn't have big shoes. But he is someone to come after and do what he does. There's so many things that Oscar does behind the scenes that people don't even understand with dealing with land acquisition, the knowledge that he has. He is so brilliant, and we're losing a gem. So I'm just grateful for the time that I had with Oscar.
Well, first of all, I'll try not to choke up, but I appreciate all the kind words, but I can tell you that it all comes from the folks that are behind me. It comes from a team, and you have to build that team. And I'm talking all the way down to bus drivers, to the custodians. It takes that whole village to be able to allow me to float. And I do feel that that's what I've done. I have some great people here. There's never a good time to leave. I can tell you that right now. I've struggled with it, but I can tell you that I feel that the people that have supported me are ready, and they will continue. And y'all won't miss me. You'll be saying Oscar who in a few days. But the thing about it is that this district has entrusted in me like you cannot believe. I've been in leadership my whole career in education, and when I came to Fort Bend, I came to run a bond. I'm a man of faith, and Steve talked about that, and you never know where you're going to be led. And a year later, and the opportunity came up, and I looked around and I thought, I can do this job. I didn't come for this, but I can do this job. And if I don't, I may be working for someone that I don't want to work for. And so, threw my name in the hat, and then here we are 7 years later. And, been through a lot. Harvey, I stayed here. Would I stay through another one? No. But I stayed here. And I stayed here because I wanted to make sure that if I was expecting my team to be out here the minute the weather let up, I needed to be here with them. Because I'm not any better than them. And, the freeze, all the, sometimes I wonder, did I bring this to Fort Bend? Because it's just, but it's just been each one of those moments I see as an opportunity. Sugar Land 95. I don't think there's another COO that has gone through that experience. And, I embrace it. I think it's a part of history that has to be told, and it needs to be continued to be told. And we're not finished yet, but I know that, Fort Bend is moving in the right direction, and that story will be completed, and it needs to be. And then my family. We speak about my family. It's been a sacrifice. It truly has. And, wife, my two daughters, my grandkids, and those, that's when you really start going, darn, I'm getting old. I need to, get myself, back, get before them, try to do a little more things. You don't know how many times they wanted me to go watch them, do gymnastics and, T-ball and stuff, and I just wasn't able to. Just time wasn't right. VATREs, all these kind of things. So that's where my next chapter is. And more than likely, after about a month or two, Leslie will want me out of the house, and then I'll be on my next venture. But I just want to, once again, I want to just thank this district from the bottom of my heart, because I have just grown immensely since I came here. And I want to thank this E team, because this is a team right here that I'm telling you, we do not hold punches. We do not hold punches. But that's what you have to do if you want to be able to make valuable decisions and move a district forward. Everyone has to hear what you have to say. There's many times that I say something and it doesn't go in that, and that's fine. But, you know, they listen. They don't say, oh, yeah, we don't want to hear you. And the same thing with them. I always, you know, take what they say, you know, mull it, and maybe I don't agree, but you come back and say, you know what, it's a team effort, and that's what we're going to do. And so, once again, there's a whole team behind me that's going to keep things going, and I want to thank them just for everything that they've done for me. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. And as everyone can see right there, he's a man of true character. Thank you for your service, sir. Do you have anything additional? Moving on, our next item is information. We have the first quarter financial report for the 2022-23 year and the budget update.
Right. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Dr. Whitbeck. This evening there are two components to the update. First, I'll share with you our quarterly financials and then provide an update on our budget process for 2023-24. The financials for the first quarter were provided to you, and it covers the period from September 30th, or from July 1 through September 30th, both revenues and expenditures. And I'll provide some of the key points from that report. In the general fund, our revenues are directly impacted by enrollment and attendance. And as we've previously shared, our enrollment is trending higher than projected, and we have almost 1,100 students more than what we anticipated. However, that is being offset by the fact that attendance is down by about 1%. And in January, we'll have a revised projection, but we anticipate that the net impact is our revenue will be about what we projected. So that's, I think, a good thing. On the plus side, interest income is up, and that's due to the 6 rate hikes that have been initiated by the Fed in this calendar year. And so we're expecting to see additional revenue there that was not originally incorporated into the budget. And then on the expenditure side, the budget was adopted using ESSER to maintain our 90-day fund balance reserve. And with the VATRE not being successful, we will have to utilize those funds to ensure that we meet our 90-day operating reserve requirement. And then finally, related to our expenditures, our vacancies are trending higher than what we've budgeted, and that's due to the hiring chill that was put in place prior to the VATRE. And we anticipate that that will continue throughout the year as we evaluate all positions before making hiring decisions. And we'll be making other reductions to mitigate the need for ESSER, and you'll see some of those examples later in the presentation. In our debt service fund, our revenues and expenditures are tracking with budget, and we have our parameter order for the 2023 calendar year on the agenda for consideration, and that will be discussed in more detail later this evening. And then the final two items that I would point out that are included in the report are in our internal service funds. Currently, our health insurance fund is running at a deficit, and that's due to higher insurance claims than what were forecasted. Based on how we're trending, we anticipate that we will need to make a transfer from the general fund to help offset that deficit that we're currently seeing. And then in our workers' compensation fund, there's also a deficit in that fund, and that's due to several large claims that have come through that were unanticipated. We'll continue monitoring that fund, but we anticipate that we would likely need to transfer funds from the general fund and that fund as well to help offset that expected loss. And that's a high-level overview of the financial report. Are there any specific questions on the quarterly financials before I transition to the next component of our presentation?
Yes, Mr. Hamilton.
Yes, thank you, Brian. Just a quick question there on the health insurance and the workers' comp. I assume we're using like a 5-year average to budget. Is that what we do? And we're kind of above that.
So what I would say is that we have our benefits consultant that assists us on the health insurance side, and they use more real-time data. So I would say not necessarily 5 years, but we're looking at our most recent trends. So it's probably going to be more like a 2.5 to 3 year average as opposed to a 5-year average. But yes, sir, we're using averages there as well as actuarial studies that they do to determine what it looks like our trend claim will be.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have one question, and that's regarding the debt service fund. and that it's tracking within the budget. And remind me on this one, we didn't take the pennies that were anticipated from the VA TRE and transferring from the debt service to M&O. Did that not have any impact to the budget?
No, because when the board approved the tax rate, you approved the tax rate for the debt fund at 27 cents, and so the outcome of the VA TRE did not impact the debt service fund. Those 2 pennies were expected in the general fund, but because the TRE was not successful, it just means revenue on the general fund side is being impacted, not our debt service side.
Okay, and your last budget included all of the additions to the property value then?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
The most recent one, okay. And then one other question. I saw vacancies trending higher than budgeted due to the hiring chill. What are we talking about in terms of the budget of the difference? What's the differential there?
I'll have to get that to you specifically. I don't have that committed to my, and I think on the financials, give me just a second to flip over to it and I can give you a better indication perhaps.
While he's looking at that, I'll just add as information, each week, all throughout the process since summer, executive team every week discusses vacancies that occur naturally and whether or not we feel it's critical and has to be filled immediately, whether we hold until the VA TRE and make a decision, or whether we simply say we're not filling it. And so we have been, so I think that is contributing largely to the additional vacancies that have actually technically saved us money. So that process that we've been going through.
And I'll have to get you the specific dollar amount, but what I can tell you is we budgeted for a 5% vacancy factor, and at the end of the quarter, we were actually at a 6% vacancy factor, but I can get you what the actual dollar amount is on that 1% differential. I want to say it's about in the $6 million range, but don't hold me to that because I'm doing that from memory.
Okay, thank you. All right. I don't see any more questions, so feel free to move on, sir.
Okay, so I'd like to start out with giving a quick budget background for the 22-23 budget. As you'll recall, that budget was adopted with a 90-day fund balance, assuming the use of $27 million in ESSER funding. To continue meeting our 90-day operating reserve in the long term, we will need to reduce our expenditures by $47 million over the next 2 years. We're currently in the process of identifying $23 million in reductions that can be made in 23-24, and we'll update you on that progress in a few minutes. As we work through this, keep in mind that the legislative session begins in January, and we're not making any assumptions at this point on changes to the basic allotment. However, the state hasn't changed the basic allotment since 2019, and they do have a significant budgetary surplus. But there's been no indication at this point on what they may or may not allocate towards educational funding. And so what I would say is that they have frequently gone longer than 3 sessions without making changes to the basic allotment, so it wouldn't be out of character for them to do that. However, I don't think that they have been sitting on a surplus of this magnitude with inflation at this point with making no adjustments. So what I would say is that although there's reason for optimism, there's also reason for pragmatism too, because there's a history for them not making changes to the basic allotment. The only signal that we do have that education will be a priority is that the Lieutenant Governor has indicated teacher pay as one of his top legislative priorities. One of the ways they can impact that is through the basic allotment or through some other changes legislatively. So we don't know what that looks like. We just know what they've been saying going into the legislative session. But we'll be providing you all with more updates throughout the year, the next calendar year, as that becomes more clear. Each year as we present the budget, we have 3 components that we fund, and that's going to be staffing, maintenance and operations, and fixed cost. And as we put the budget together for 23-24, we'll be implementing cost efficiencies, engaging in strategic abandonment, and as I use that word, it is a fancy way of just saying we're going to stop doing some things that we're currently doing. And we'll be discussing in a few minutes the framework that we'll be using for going through that. And in some cases, as we go through this, in addition to the strategic abandonment, we will be making additions. And most of those adds that we would be making would be due to growth, and that's in particular around adding additional teachers from enrollment or staffing any new schools that we need to open. And then to determine what we can reduce or eliminate, E-Team has identified items that we've solicited, as well as information that we are aware of, to begin looking at where we can make reductions. And those are currently in process of being reviewed. And then we've solicited ideas from the organization using Thought Exchange, and those are being used to help triangulate as we move forward for the 23-24 budget. And some things we would be looking at stopping, other things perhaps doing differently. And again, what we're using is a design team to help us guide that work. And in a few minutes, you'll hear more about what that process and the design team is using. But I wanted to share the term with you now because it's the structure that we'll be using as we go forward through the process of looking at processes and programs for discontinuation. As part of the budget process, some of the changes that we'll be discussing that would result in reductions or increases for staffing include, under staffing, school consolidations and strategic abandonments, both of which could result in reductions in staffing. Adherence to staffing guidelines, and this is an area where you can see increases or decreases in staffing. For a campus that's experiencing an enrollment reduction, they would see a decline in staffing. Those with increases would see an increase in staffing growth. And then, of course, if we open any new schools, that would create additions to the budget. From a fixed cost perspective, and then I'll just briefly define what we mean by fixed costs, those are the things that keep the lights on. And so utility costs and other things that keep students and staff warm, safe, and dry through the process. And so it's a cost that we are not able to avoid. We would have it when we have those because we're, in fact, operating schools. And then there are areas from a fixed cost perspective where we could have software additions that may allow us to increase our efficiencies or will cause efficiencies that would allow us to reduce our costs overall. And then we've talked about consolidation of schools, and in doing that, we'll have utilities and other costs that will be reduced or eliminated through those actions. The two areas where we could see additions to the budget are through the new school openings, as well as cost escalations on existing agreements. And these are going to be items like software, where they have a per seat cost, and as we open new campuses, those software costs would be driven by the opening of the new school. Or where we have agreements with things like the Central Appraisal District. They provide services to us, but they establish their budget, and they provide us with information on it, but we don't directly control the establishment of that budget or those costs. On the maintenance and operations side, we'll see cost savings through strategic abandonment efforts or cost efficiencies, and then any additions that we would have would be due to school openings or enrollment growth. And then for now, I'll turn it back over to Dr. Whitbeck, and as Stephanie Williams makes her way to the board as we begin the discussion on our design team.
Thank you. Just as an introduction to this concept, I do want to share that their work began months ago, because as you recall, as we went through the VATRE process, we committed to our community to cut $23 million, even if the VATRE would have passed. The fact that it didn't pass means we have even more. So we needed a cross-representation of the district to really dive deep into our efficiencies. How can we work smarter, which is really, honestly, a good thing to do anyway. I think we all agree with that, probably in our homes and everywhere. And so Ms. Williams has led this group. It has been cross-functional to allow a perspective from various departments and viewpoints. And this is their work is in addition to principal feedback, as well as teacher forum feedback and teacher feedback through Thought Exchange. So as she takes over in this part, I do want to commend her, and I believe that she's invited several members of the team so that the board can actually see who has been doing the work. But I thank the design team for the many, many hours that they have spent, because we didn't take away their other duties in order to find the time to squeeze this huge effort in. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Whitbeck. So this graphic shows the 3 Ps of cost savings. So as Mr. Gwynn said, there are areas that we're looking to find cost savings, and there's really only 3 places you can go in an educational institution. You can go to student or staff programming, you can look at processes that normally outline the delivery of services, or you could look at staffing. So at this point, the design team has focused on finding cost efficiencies through programming or processes. As we look at programs and processes, we ask 3 questions. Must this continue? Must it continue? If the answer is yes, then we go to this question. Can we adjust the way in which it's delivered and achieve a cost efficiency while still delivering on the outcome we've promised the community? And then the other question is, can it stop? And if the answer is yes, then we think about the change management towards a stop. So this slide shows the design team structure, and as Dr. Whitbeck said, we do have several members of the team here. It is, I appreciate the acknowledgement that the design team has committed hours and up on hours towards this work on top of the work that they've been doing. So our goal with this group was to have a cross-functional team so that we could push and ask questions like, really, can it stop, or could we do this of each other? And so we had 3 layers in this structure that allow that to happen, and it looks at dedicating the minimum amount of time to to design and review proposals. So design team members, they are the core group that dedicates 2 to 3 days a week on this work, looking at defining the current reality, exploring an efficiency plan, and then creating that plan that looks at all of the work outcomes. Once a design team member, or as they're planning, sometimes they need to reach out to collaborators, and those are people with subject matter expertise who can help us understand the current reality, who's doing the work, how long it's taking, and how we're spending our money there. Those collaborators also evaluate alignment to legal policy, district priorities, and board goals, and they help to refine the plan prior to it going to E-Team. And then that last stage is a level of reviewers. And reviewers also analyze the impact. They analyze the impact on our defined outcomes, the impact to our students. They help to develop the change management plan, who would need to know about this and when, and they also provide feedback on the plan. If you think about this, design team members are the core group that are meeting day over day. Collaborators come in as needed a couple of hours a week, and reviewers are asked to 1 meeting a week where they provide feedback. So we've tried to structure it in a way that as it goes, maybe the design team has about 12 core members. Expand to collaborators, we might be at about 15 or 20. Expand to reviewers, we're about 50 to 60, depending on the content. So we have a strong cross-functional team there. I did want to take time to recognize the members today, and so if you are a member of either the design team as a collaborator, reviewer, or team member, if you could stand now and be recognized. What you'll notice as they're standing is that they represent every department in the district and the programming and processes that we're delivering on at this time. So thank you all. So that sounds like a strong structure. Now, what is the process that's used within that structure? So I'm going to take a few minutes using this graphic to outline that. I think a really important part for everyone to understand is the point of entry. So how does a program or process get to the design team? And the way it gets there is through we had kind of open labs where E-Team had their leadership in, and they listed all of the priorities that their department is responsible for. They went through that priority work with those same questions. Does this need to continue or can it stop? If it needs to continue, could it be adjusted for a cost efficiency? Then, as Dr. Whitbeck said, we posted the thought exchange for all staff in the district to provide opportunities to share where they thought cost efficiencies might be found. In addition, we have our normal stakeholder groups of feedback that we use. And then E-Team also had things that they had identified through high-cost initiatives or other items where they get feedback that they wanted to have looked at. So once we got into the process, we had identified a set of programs or processes for review. We're really looking at those stops or adjust. Because it's one thing to say we think this can stop. There still has to be a plan to decommission that item, that program, or that process so that we have appropriate change management in the district. So the second step, that cross-functional team of members first defined the current reality. We think about the current reality, that is outlining what was the intended outcome of this service. So a little bit later, you'll hear about cost savings in transportation as it relates to academies. The intended outcome of that service is that all students had access to academies. So we want to make sure we can sustain that intended outcome when we look to adjust or find a cost efficiency. They look at the work effort and ask the question, is there any duplicative work? Where there's duplicative work, that's an easy find for a cost savings. And they look at alignment to the district priorities and board goals. Have our priorities or goals changed? Is this something that needs to continue there? They define the current budget expenditure, including who, what, and how much. And then they review relevant data on usage or impact to students and staff. Once that's done, the team moves into what would a cost efficiency plan look like. So if we've determined there could be a cost efficiency on a program or a process, what would that look like? They design how would we adjust. So using the term of transportation to academies, how could we adjust that transportation in order to achieve a cost efficiency? If it's a stop, they ask what happens if we stop? What happens and to whom does it happen? Because we need to understand that to determine if it's truly a stop. So that team works with the collaborators and they design a proposal. We have our current reality, we have our new plan, we have our expected cost savings. That plan then goes to the reviewers and collaborators to vet through some compelling questions. So when we think about how do we want to vet this, what's really, really hard, and Dr. Whitbeck said this in a town hall speaking with leaders, she said what's really, really hard is there are people who really believe in the programs and processes we have now and who value that. So when you ask someone like our transportation executive director or Oscar, do we value transporting students to academies? They're going to always say, yes, we do. We need to do that. But what we have to do is we have to go through a set of compelling questions so that we get the best decisions in this time of reduction. So our first compelling question is, how will this impact our desired outcomes? So I'm going to keep going on that transportation. How will this impact transportation to academies? And the answer was, we can still do that. It's just going to look differently. The process is going to change. The next question is, will this impact students negatively? Will this hurt students? So the transportation proposal that you'll hear about tonight, it does impact students, but not negatively. They're still going to be able to get transportation to the academy. That outcome will be met. Is there a duplicative effort? Is there any duplication in effort that we can adjust so that we can save money? And then, of course, we have to determine, are we still, with this cost savings, in alignment with legal and with policy? We have to be sure that we stay within alignment even when finding cost savings. And so those are the compelling questions that the team goes through. We think about how it's going to impact our students and our staff, and then the plan is revised. So I haven't been to a review meeting yet that somebody hasn't said, have you thought about? And it's helped us go back and refine that plan. Once we have the recommended plan and the expected cost savings, and when I say the expected cost savings, we're verifying that tightly with business and finance, so they're looking at the actual numbers. We may have an estimate, and then they go help us finalize those savings. Then we go to E-Team for review. And so this slide, so just imagine that we've sent 3 or 4 things to E-Team for review, and at the superintendent level, there is a decision point with E-Team that we will indeed push forward academy bus transportation as a decision point. Once that decision point is made, the Board of Trustees is the first point of communication to allow you all to understand that efficiency so that we know we can help you understand why, because later we're going to move to district leaders after you have that to share what it is we're doing and why we're doing it. Then we'll go to a broader group of all staff and then the community. And in the example of transportation, it does impact the internal and external community in Fort Bend ISD. So what we're hoping with this change management and communication plan is that we help stakeholders make sense of the why behind the change. And to be quite honest, it's not always that something isn't important. It's about that cost savings, and that example of the transportation is there. We also want to make sure we articulate very clearly work that stops. So a lot of times we might make a decision to stop, but if it doesn't get all the way down to every staff member, they might not know yet that it stops. And we want to ensure that this communication and change management helps us to make a transition into the 23-24 school year in a positive manner. So at this time, I'm going to pass it over to Brian Gwynn, who will share identified cost savings.
All right, thank you, Stephanie. For the upcoming 23-24 budget, I mentioned that we have committed to making $22.9 million or $23 million and staff has identified about $2.3 million in savings that will be implemented for the upcoming year. The design team is currently looking at other cost-saving considerations that would be brought forward for the board to review as that work is completed. And so the savings that are identified here are those that are definitive for the upcoming year, and about $750,000 of that can actually be realized in the current year. And some of those items include a synergistic contract bridge. You may recall that the district entered into a contract for utility savings. We're currently in the process of doing a solicitation for a new contract on that, but that's resulted in savings over the year, and the bridge contract we currently have will result in about $1 million in savings going into next year, assuming the current vendor stays in place. It could potentially be more than that, but it would be at a minimum of $1 million. Stephanie just mentioned the Academy bus reconfiguration. That has an annual cost savings of about $400,000. The plan is to implement that beginning when we come back in January, and so we'll have half a year savings on that, but that will transition how we do that, and we do have folks from transportation here who can answer additional questions if the board does have those. We've shared with you all previously that we are changing our graduation venue from Toyota Center back to our in-house facilities. In doing that, we'll save about $200,000 over what was previously budgeted. The matching color copy clicks to actual usage, we've had the IT group has evaluated what we're actually printing versus what the contract stipulates, and we found that we are using fewer clicks than what are in the contract, and if we lower our contracted clicks amount to what is we're actually using, we'll save about $190,000 doing that. And so it doesn't impact any of the work that we do, but it will result in cost savings. Another is to close the administrative annex that is on Sweetwater Boulevard. We have additional staff there that can be transitioned to other roles, custodians and receptionists, and that will allow us to realize savings there on top of utility savings as that building is moved into more of a standby mode and we look at options for either selling or other uses. Summer school staggered start. Currently, all levels of summer school start at the same time. That's how it's been done historically. However, if we stagger the start times as we do with the start of elementary, middle, and high school, the timing of the transportation will result in about $160,000 in savings there. Closing of the Teacher Center. The Teacher Center has actually been closed since earlier this year. We had a staff vacancy as well as a staff that was out on medical leave. We also analyzed the usage there and found that we only had a handful of teachers who were regularly using it. And so the idea would be to close the center, but we do have an in-house print shop that can assume many of those duties that were being previously done through the Teacher Center. The final two are GT testing. Beginning in 23-24, we will transition to electronic SIGS material, and that will save about $24,000. And then we have about 3 software reductions identified where we've evaluated the number of licenses that we hold versus the number of users, and that will save about $20,000 in total. And so as you can see, we've gone from $1 million down to $20,000, and so we're looking at all levels of savings. And again, some of these savings will begin immediately or starting in January and allow us to recognize some of that as we go forward. For our next steps, in January, we'll provide you all with an updated forecast for the current year, as at that point we'll have had 6 months of costs that we can evaluate how we anticipate ending the fiscal year. And we'll also update you on what we expect to see from the legislative side and any additional cost savings that may have identified between now and that point. And then beginning in February through May, we'll continue providing regular budget, legislative, and cost-saving updates until we ultimately adopt the budget in June. And that concludes our presentation, and we'll be happy to answer any questions that the board has.
Thank you, Mr. Gwen, for your presentation. And thank you, Mrs. Williams, for yours as well. We greatly appreciate the work that you and your staff or team have done. All right, we'll start with Mrs. Hannon.
Thank you, Mrs. Malone. Mr. Gwen, thank you, and thank you to Ms. Williams for the information. I'm going to backtrack just a little bit. Can you help me? I know that we self-insure ourselves for the workman's comp. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. We are self-insured for both workers' compensation and our health benefits insurance.
Okay, and we have, I know we had some things we had to pay out, which is why we are where we are with the deficit. And so are we continuing, is that typical of most school districts? Are they self-insuring in these areas?
For a large entity such as Fort Bend ISD, yes, it is very traditional, particularly in both of those lines of coverage, workers' comp and health insurance, to be self-insured.
Okay, so even though the risk puts us right now in a deficit, it's more cost-effective to assume the risk than to use an outside provider.
That's correct. And essentially what would happen using an outside provider for insuring, let's go with the health insurance side, is that when we see these types of one-time perhaps aberrations in our claims costs, they adjust our rates now and going forward. Whereas we have the opportunity to evaluate it and determine, is it something that we think that will continue or something that is a one-time happening that will adjust itself over time, and so we don't have to make those knee-jerk type of rate changes that we would have to make if we were being insured by a third party.
Okay, thank you. And then I want to just transition from, I appreciate your clarity on strategic abandonment is a fancy way of saying that we're stopping doing some things that we're doing. But with that, I want to say that I appreciate what I hear from Ms. Williams, because it does clearly sound like there is some strategy. Not everything is abandoned, but there is that helped me greatly understand the process that we are doing, because that's the first time that I have been walked through that process. So I definitely appreciate that information that Stephanie gave. And I would actually really, I tried to scribble as fast as I could when Ms. Williams did that, but if you have any guiding principles that maybe could be shared in our Friday update, I think that would be very helpful. I do have just two specific questions, and one is regarding the academy transportation changes. So I just want to be clear. What exactly is that change, and when will those be communicated to parents, including when will new bus routes, because over the next few weeks and during the holidays, I'm assuming some kids probably are able to ride their bikes now or walk to their pickup place, and that may not be the case come January. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. What we're doing with the Academy Transportation is just really streamlining it. Right now, we have those 5 different.
The little button.
On?
There's a tiny little. It says push.
It's green. It's okay.
Oh yeah, it's on.
We're just kind of streamlining those routes. Right now, we have about 33 routes that serve those academies. Each of those routes covers almost every elementary school that we have. So what we're looking at doing is moving those where we can to junior highs and picking up at the middle schools rather than each elementary. It'll allow those routes to move more quickly. And a big plus for it is that the students will be picked up later in the morning. Right now we're picking up kids at elementary schools on those academy routes as early as 5:30. And with the new change, they'll be picked up after 6 in all cases. Another advantage to it is that if you could imagine in the afternoons when those buses are taking kids back to the schools, if they leave the high schools now and go directly to an elementary school, those elementary schools are crowded already with parents lined up waiting to get cars, and sometimes we're competing for the same spaces. So going to the junior highs will allow us to stay out of that traffic. Now, we won't abandon all of the elementary schools. We have a lot of outlier elementary schools that don't have a junior high nearby, and we'll still serve those, but we're just paring it down where we can.
Okay, so this does affect all academies.
Yes, ma'am.
The middle school and the high school academies.
Yes,
okay, thank you. And when will the new routes be communicated to parents?
I think the initial letters went out today.
Oh,
from
today.
The school.
Okay.
And we're getting detailed route information out on Wednesday.
Okay. Okay, very good, sir. I appreciate that. That gives people time to make a plan. Thank you. And then my final question, I don't mean to be getting in the weeds, but I know that the Teacher Center actually has some really fine equipment, and I'm just wondering, as we're trying to be efficient in the utilization of our materials and our processes, do we have a plan of where all that good stuff is going?
Sure, and Ms. Hubbard maybe can elaborate, but the inventory of the equipment that we have, there are some of it came and moved to campuses that are in need of that equipment. Some of it was damaged. We've been evaluating to see if they should be repaired or not. Ms. Hubbard, did I miss anything?
Sure. So we looked at frequency of people coming into the Teacher Center and what they were using, and then we identified which campuses they belonged to, and then we reached out to those campuses and said, okay, these are the items that we saw heavily used at your campus. Is this an item that you have space for at your campus? And then we could give those items to the campus. So we did that. As Dr. Lawson said, we did have some equipment that was not repairable. And so we looked at how much would it cost to repair it versus the actual cost of the equipment, and was it worth it? And if it was too much to fix it, then we just said, okay, let's get rid of it. And then some of the equipment was actually utilized heavily by departments. So we had some special education paraprofessionals that were using the equipment quite a bit, and so we moved it so that they had access to it at MR Wood, which is where they're housed. So we did some reconfiguration that way.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mrs. Malone.
Thank you, Ms. Hannon. And Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam President. So the $2.27 million that we've identified in savings through November 30th, that's just separate aside from the ESSER money. So when the $27 million of ESSER money runs out in 2 years, we're going to have to find another $27 million to cut year 3?
I think the short answer to that is yes. We'll have to make $23 million this year and roughly another $23 million for the 24-25 school year.
Okay, that makes sense. Because when I calculated again, I was like, we're at quarterly updates. We're seeing $2.27 million in savings so far this quarter, when we should be closer to 5.8, which gets us to the 46 million. But we got the ESSER all sort of baked in, so we're not taking into account, assuming they raise the basic allotment, more than likely, if they do, a large percentage of it is going to go toward salaries for staff, which is not going to really help us with our deficit situation anyway. So that would be a wash. Okay, so that I'm just thinking in my head. Let's see. The glaring question that I think everybody wants to know is what is actually going to get cut. Now, the process that was here is that process that we used to identify which programs are getting cut. We're doing this process for every single program that's out there. So if we're talking 500 different programs or software, something, we're going through this process for every single one of those. Is that what we're doing?
I would not say we're going through it for each and every one, because there
more
are
like
some
the eight major.
Right. What we've seen through, again, from E-Team as well as from Thought Exchange, there are certain recurring themes that are that come up. And so obviously, as those are identified, those are the first ones that we're running through the process. But there are also outliers that come up through that process as well that we're reviewing. And so is it a complete and comprehensive top-to-bottom review? I would say the answer to that is no. But there are also some programs that we have that you really can't touch. And so, as an example, could you look at doing our police force a little bit differently? Perhaps, but that's also an area that would be very difficult for us to go in and evaluate that we're going to reduce that, particularly given the current environment that we are in. And so, are we looking at everything? I think the answer is eventually that will happen, but at this point we're looking at areas where the general consensus of the organization is this is something that we need to look at because it's not something that is viewed as successful. Or not, I wouldn't say successful, as something that could be perhaps abandoned.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Mr. Hamilton?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Jones, can you make your way up for my second question while I ask my first question to Brian? So just kind of a procedural question. So I know from our perspective, we had small group meetings to discuss these, and we had a more extensive list that totaled $21.5 million. In the meeting that I was in, there was not a whole lot of objection to the full list. So can you kind of walk me through how we got from that list to this?
Yes, sir. So all of the items that you see on the list this evening were part of that list. The other items that I would say, and I'm going to go back about 2 slides, are currently in this process. Because one of the things that we don't want to lose sight of, as Stephanie mentioned, is if we abandon it, what is the unintended consequence? And so that's part of the reason for the cross-functional team, is to make sure that if it is abandoned, so that more complete list that you've seen, when we do that, what does our transition plan look like, and what is our ultimate goal going to be after we finish that? And so it's really about making sure that we have our change management strategy pat before we say to the board, this we're abandoning, and this is what the cost savings will be. We want to make sure we net it against any new costs that we may have to add in order to offset what we're discontinuing.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. And then
You
Mr.
will
Jones.
see, you will see this scale, this bar graph go up relatively quickly based on a lot of that work that we've already all, communicated with the board.
Perfect. Thank you. Mr. Jones, just kind of follow up on Mrs. Hannon's question. So we're dropping from 33 routes currently to how many starting in January? Okay. Okay. Gotcha.
Help relieve some of the, I thought it was on, I'm sorry. It'll help relieve some of our other, levels, our other tiers.
Gotcha. Okay, so that means you'll eliminate 2 bus routes, but not without eliminating too many
two runs,
of the
right,
stops.
two runs.
Yeah. Okay.
So if they have another tier associated with them, those wouldn't be affected.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Ms. Day?
So Brian, can you help me confirm this table right here, the slides? So I'm reading this 22-23 savings, right? So that means the rest of the school year.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
then, so the annual savings, I assume it's the calendar year?
Those annual savings would be based on the fiscal year or school year. And so this would be for the 23-24 school year. So we would recognize about $750,000 with the changes that we'll implement. And then those savings will increase going into next year in some cases. So as you look at the software, you'll notice it goes from $10,000 to $20,000 because we're realizing a full year of those savings instead of 6 months as we are in the current year.
Okay, so the reason I'm asking, I just want to clarify if the first column is for the rest of the school year, the second one is the next school year. So basically, we're looking at this time next year, just based on this table, it's going to be 2.27 plus 0.74 million total saving.
2.27 million, yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. Am I doing right?
And the one thing I think that this is clear, but I just want to make sure.
It's at 3.
These are identified and definite savings that will go into next year.
So that should be like more than 3 millions, right? Because 2.27 plus 0.74, is that?
Well, the 0.74 is what we'll realize this year. The actuals, it's not cumulative. It's going to be, this is the savings starting next year, is 2.27.
Okay. So that's actually my question. So it's not like this is not from now to the end. I mean, the first column is for this year to the end of the school year. The next one is actually overlapping. Is that correct? Kind of. Because I'm trying to understand when you say the annual savings, are we counting the calendar year? Are we counting the school year?
The school year.
So the school year for the annual savings is starting from next school year?
That's correct. So beginning on June 1st, our fiscal year, we will not have those costs going forward. And so that would be $2.27 million in costs that have been identified from now until, or I say from now, from that point until the end of that school year. So from July 1st through September 30th, those would be our savings. And I just completely got the fiscal year wrong, but bear with me. It's
Okay. No, okay. I know what you're trying to say, but thank you. So for the priority, so Ms. Williams, I guess you do have a priority guidelines, right? So when you're looking at the cost saving, when you evaluate the programs, you do, for the team, I assume you do have a priority list or guideline or,
she's making it right. So what I would say is that the list is being provided to the design team for evaluation.
Okay.
The ultimate savings are coming back to E-team for prioritization in terms of how we would recommend implementing those. And so design team is looking at what the costs are and what the impact would be to changing it, but ultimately E-team is the decision maker on what to recommend for inclusion in the budget or not including in the budget.
Got it. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Day. Dr. Gilliam?
Thank you, Ms. Malone. What are we learning from this? Because I'm hearing a lot of different things, and what I mean by that is I'm wondering where is the strategic planning back in the day, and I don't want to go back. I'm trying to see what we can do and this is all just rhetorical. We're here now, and we're cutting things, and we're going through this, and knowing the academy and remembering when the academies were formed, how are we just now seeing that transportation is not the best? And it makes absolute sense that why would we have those bus stops at elementary, which is exactly where my son was in 2016, 2015, 2014, 2013, rather than being at a junior high. I remember dropping him off at 5 o'clock in the morning. And I want to take a moment. I don't have any real questions here, but for us to have a historian so that we can find out, so we can evaluate. We are not evaluating well at all. And that's not a put down or any, it's not, it's just what it is. And there are many new people here. There are many people that have been here. We've had different leadership. But I'm hoping that we're learning something as we're going through this. And those past mistakes that we've made, or those mishaps, that what we're planning on now, we're not going to do the same thing over and expect different results. Because we can cut, and we can cut, and we can cut, and we can cut. But what are we doing to make sure that every dime that we spend is going the right way, that we are spending those dimes in the right way? And I hear general concession. I'm thinking, what is our thought process? What is our forward thinking? What is our planning strategy? And I believe that we have one, because I'm hearing it. But I think that sometimes you have to look at the past and find out what we've done and how did it get here? How did it get here? So I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Mrs. Hannon, do you have additional comments?
Yes, I'll be quick. So Ms. Day's question led me to another question. So if we realize $740,000 savings this year, and we're currently in a balanced budget with the 90-day, so that means that $740,000 of ESSER funds don't have to be used? Or can you help me understand the realized savings of $740,000? How does that help us with the general deficit?
So if you'll recall, we are at 90 days. That is what board policy requires. And so by reducing the use of ESSER, we still have a deficit. And so it's allowing us to transition those funds into, in this case, 23-24, to help buy us additional time to find the I mentioned we need to make $46 million. So we're making $23 million this year. We need to make $23 million next year. It allows us to soften our landing. is what it essentially does. And so it doesn't give us additional flexibility for spending purposes. What it does is allows us to figure out the best way to land the plane without doing something that we regret doing.
Okay. And then I also want to follow up on Dr. Gilliam's question about what are we learning here, and I would actually like this to be included in the minutes, because we do have BQAA and it's our policy about program evaluation, and the actual board philosophy talks about how we will use program evaluation in making decisions that are fiscally responsible regarding which program should continue, expand, and or be modified or discontinued. And at the bottom of this policy, it calls for the district to make procedures outlining a program evaluation cycle that define the type of evaluations and processes that we'll be using here. And so I really would like that just noted in the minutes, that if staff could notify us. I know you have lots of irons in the fire, but this policy was issued in 2020 in January by a different board, and I agree completely with this policy, and I think that those procedures would help with a little bit of the question that Dr. Gilliam posed earlier. Thank you, Mrs. Malone. You bet.
All right. I just want to tell you, Mr. Jones, thank you for your fresh perspective on the operational efficiency. We greatly appreciate that, and that you're a great addition to Fort Bend ISD, as we've said previously. But I just want to tell you again, thank you. That I believe it. There's a lot of great people around here. And Mrs. Williams, to you and your team and everyone who participated, I know it's only, I feel bad saying only 2.27 million, because it's not only, right? Guys, that's 10% of, roughly, right, where you're trying to go. And I'm just thinking, trying to adjust this budget, considering what you mentioned about the Ps, right? It's not easy. And I think the board, I appreciate all of you and asking the great questions. And it's, again, anytime you're trying to cut, whether it's cutting from the budget or trying to cut weight, it's not easy, right? So trimming the fat is hard, and I appreciate all of you guys for your efforts in this process. And you guys pretty much covered everything. So we'll rock and roll and move on from here. But thank you. Keep up the great work, and we look forward to this bar graph growing. All right. Next item is review, and we're going to review item A, the 2022 education specifications to be utilized as the basis of design for all upcoming elementary, middle, and high school capital improvement projects.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And as Carolina walks up to the podium, I'll just remind y'all that back in July of 25th to 22, y'all approved the TA quantitative method of compliance, flexibility level L3. And this is a follow-up to that. The next step on it is approving the ed specs. And so the 22 ed specs have been developed based on the last approval that y'all had back in July of 25th of 22. So Carolina, I'll pass it on to you.
Good evening. I'm going to talk to you tonight about the education specifications and why they're important to us. And so educational specifications are a written educational program, but the important piece here is to note that it guides the design process for the new proposed facilities or any major renovation project. The educational specifications are to be prepared by the school district and then approved by the board. What's important to highlight here is what they should have within them. That's now a requirement by TA. They require for us to have the district mission, vision, and strategic goals as part of the educational specifications. They require facility details, and what that means is they want us to define what type of facilities we build, what type of grades are we intending to serve, etc. They require inclusive design goals, and I think the inclusiveness piece is new and it's key to that process. And then now they require a minimum square footage to comply with the method of compliance, which is what the board previously approved a few months ago. And so the educational specifications are needed first and foremost because the Texas Education Agency now requires it under Chapter 61. School districts must develop educational specifications. I think it's important to note that even before this became a requirement, we had educational specifications in place. And so now it's a requirement that needs to be presented and approved. They also require for the educational specifications to be updated every 5 years. The last time we presented educational specifications to the board was in October of 2018. And we had made it a district goal to update the ed specs prior to every bond. It was not a requirement from the TA. We had made it a district goal to ensure that our ed specs were updated prior to going out for next bond so that we could pick up the latest and greatest on design standards. It's important to highlight that the ed specs provide specific facility needs that complement, and that's a key word, the district's educational delivery method. And another important factor is that they provide consistency among similar projects. We want to reduce inequities and simplify the planning process across the district as we design facilities. And so as part of the history of the educational specifications, like I mentioned before, is we've had educational specifications in one form or another for at least 10 years. But in 2017, Fort Bend ISD partnered with several consultants and experts to help us revamp and develop the educational specifications that would align with the educational delivery method of the district. It's the first time that we made a significant effort to align both. It's important for us to make sure that the ed specs and the delivery method should drive the design of our facilities and not the other way around. We don't want construction to be limiting the way we deliver instruction. We want instruction to be driving the way we design and build our facilities. And so this process in 2017 took almost 2 years. We started with board member visioning sessions to align with the board vision. We moved on to focus meetings with each department. This is where teaching and learning and special education and child nutrition and fine arts and every single department that touches the educational delivery method participated in the process. We moved then onto the Education Design Committee. This is where we involved students and staff, community members, PTO presidents. We had a large group of people participating in the process to make sure that we were aligned with our curriculum and delivery method. Then we circled back with the departments, and then we went into refinement and production for the ed specs. This is truly what led to the 2018 educational specifications that were presented to the board in October. Now, in preparation for the next bond, we engaged BBK to help us conduct an update. So this is not only in preparation of the future bond, but this is also to make sure that we were picking up all the new TA requirements into the new ed specs that we are presenting to the board this time around for approval. And so this is what the board has previously approved in July of 2022. This is the method of compliance that's a requirement and a section of the educational specifications. We have now determined that we, Fort Bend, are qualitative level L3. This establishes the square footage required for our facilities per student. And so we've defined that elementary schools, of course, are serving pre-K through 5th grade, and they require 42 square feet per person. And then as we go into middle and high schools, the square footage requirement lowers to 36. This flexibility level, it's already been approved, and it's a component for the ed specs, and it truly aligns with the educational delivery method for the district. It's important to highlight that we look at our buildings differently now. Since COVID, TEA asked for us to look at our buildings differently to where the spaces, education can be delivered in many spaces within the building. Outdoor learning spaces, shared spaces, collaboration spaces are now counted as educational spaces because you can deliver instruction in any one of those spaces. The ed specs requires for standard campus capacities, they want us to define the capacity of our campuses under the facility details. And so we have determined that our elementary schools are designed for an enrollment of a maximum of 1,000 students. For middle schools, which serves grades 6 through 8, we designed for 1,400 students with a core spaces of 600. That means we are able to expand the campus in case there's growth in the area. The core spaces will support 1,600 students, but the classroom space supports 1,400 when we first designed those buildings. And for high schools, we designed for 2,800 students, but the core spaces would support 3,000 in case we have to expand in the future. So this is now part of our educational specifications, and if we are to deviate from these standards, we are to come to the board and request approval. There has to be a reason why we're proposing to deviate in a particular project. And the other component that drives the educational specifications are the design principles. So board policy CS local defines the 4 main design principles. So we have safety as one of the main principles, where we design our facilities with the understanding that safety for our students and staff is the most important thing. Our principle number 2 is learning, where we design learning spaces to promote curiosity and inspire learning. We want to equip students and empower them to be responsible for their own learning. Our third principle is community, and we design those buildings intentionally to provide opportunities for community access. And then our fourth principle is sustainability. Buildings are designed to enhance learning through a sustainable, energy-efficient way. So these are the 4 principles that drive the educational specifications and are defined under board policy. Now, under the 4 main principles, we have implementable characteristics or attributes that fall within each one of the categories. As an example, when we talk about safety and when we're designing our buildings, we have to look into other components that fall within safety, like inclusiveness and community access and movement, and how they work together to make sure that we provide a safe environment within the building. Same happens with learning. As we focus on the learning principle, we have to look into components like technology and furniture and how they play together to provide that learning space for the students. And so as you go through the educational specification document, you'll see that there's many, many more implementable characteristics and attributes under each one of these principles. And the last component, and this is very much new to the new TA requirements, is they want us to provide a building program for each facility type. And so what that means is we have to provide not only the total square footage for the program spaces and the quantity of spaces, but we have to provide required site elements. And so we've defined the square footages for our elementaries, middles, and highs as we move forward. This is to reduce inequities and ensure that we're providing equitable spaces regardless of where we build. So this is a range of square footages that we target when we build new schools. And for the site elements, they're asking us to define the spaces for each one of these facilities so that we can deliver the same spaces over and over throughout the district. And so when we talk about elementary school, for example, we would define how many parking spaces we want. And we would define that security fencing is a requirement and that how many play areas are expected in each one of our elementary schools and items of that nature. So when we then go into middle schools, we start talking about other spaces. We define how many athletic fields they are to have so that we can provide the same number of fields throughout the different middle schools. And we talk about restrooms, outdoor restrooms. How many are they to have in bicycle racks? How many? And as we move into high schools, we define other spaces that high schools have, like the field house. How does that look like? How many fine arts spaces? How many tennis courts are we truly to define and provide for each one of the high schools? And concessions and restrooms. This really helps standardize across the board our facilities. And so when we plan for a bond, this is the basis of design. We would look at this and then determine if we have educational adequacy components that need to be implemented at one high school but not the other, because we could truly say this is our standard and this is where we need to be. And so this is how we drive the baseline for design. And that is truly all I have for you. Do you have any questions?
Thank you very much. Mrs. Hannon?
Thank you for the information. And so, can you just very briefly clarify, how do we use these educational specifications when we're looking at refurbishing or putting a bond, potential bond items out there? Is there a process your department uses?
Absolutely. And so the way to look at it, the educational specifications are the first high-level document that drives design. Besides that, we have more detailed documents within our department. It's called the Facility Educational Standards. That is when we dig deep into the standards for each building. How many square feet are we to have in an auditorium? How many square feet do we need in a music room? And so it truly dives into the details. And so when we evaluate facilities for the bond, we look at the standard. And we determine then if that campus is short, let's say fine arts. There was a big initiative for 2018 bond to include fine art spaces. We knew that we were deficient compared to the new standards and what we wanted to provide within our campuses. And so we select, of course we have to prioritize because there's not enough budget for every school. But the goal is to select a group of campuses that we can bring up to standard, and the next bond touch the next group of campuses that we can bring up to standard, so that slowly we can pair up that educational adequacy component could be the same across the board. It is not easy when we have, of course, older campuses, and it's not as easy to get to that same place, but we definitely evaluate the components compared to the standard and how we can get there.
And so if we want to bring schools to parity, so to speak, or adequacy, we can't use that out of the general budget. That has to be essentially through bonds. And so if we don't have the bonds, our older schools continue to get further from the standard. Is that correct?
That is correct.
If we do not have bond money to do that. Thank you very much for the explanation.
Thank you, Ms. Hannon. I think you could fund from the general fund if you had the money, though, right?
That is correct. They're normally just major renovation, and major renovation normally gets funded through the bond. You could.
We're just not that fortunate right now.
Yeah,
all right, Mr. Garcia,
right,
go ahead.
Thank you for that clarification, Mrs. Malone.
Thank you, Madam President. So I was looking at this ed spec, and this is Neal Elementary. I was just there Friday for Career Day, which, by the way, they had a couple of requests for some fifth graders to change their, add some chicken dumplings to the menu, if we can make that happen. Also, I think their lunch, they wanted to change up their recess a little bit. They didn't like their recess flex schedule. So if we can make that happen, that'd be great. Just kidding. But so I was looking at this, and we're modeling the ed specs off of Neal. Is that what it kind of seems like? I mean, a lot of these things are here. I mean, it's kind of using Neal as the model.
It has most of the components, and so when you look at some of these pictures, they're definitely Neal. It is one of our best facilities that has picked up every component on the educational specifications.
And Neal, if I remember correctly, then that school came in $5 million over budget. So one of the things that I thought of originally was we were modeling ed specifications off a school that came in over budget. Would make us, if we got into a situation where we're trying to build schools at, say, $27 million, which I think is kind of what the standard is, and then we get into a situation where we're building schools and then we start coming in over budget, and then the builders come back and say, well, that's what we're following the ed specs, but the ed specs are modeling a school that came in over budget. Is that kind of what I wanted to throw that out there? I'm not saying that's what we're doing, but I just wanted to make sure that, because Patterson and Leonetti, I think those schools were both right around that 27 million. If we're doing ed specs, to me it makes more sense that we're, and I assume Patterson and Leonetti meet these ed specifications, correct? So would we make more sense to use them as sort of the benchmark?
Yes, sir. First of all, I want to clarify on the over budget that you're speaking to. That did not have to do with the actual building design. It had to do with the foundation. Once we got there, it ended up that we had to go with peers that were 60-foot deep, and that's where the cost overrun was. Since that time, we've built that same school again, and it came in under budget. So I just want to make sure we clarify that, because that was an
That's similar what happened at Malala?
I'm sorry?
Is that similar to what happened at Malala? Something similar with the foundation at Malala? Or do I think of something different?
Malala's having some issues, but this was totally different.
Totally different, okay. But
And so the educational specifications drive principles. And so it tells you how many spaces you are to provide for certain things, but it doesn't tell you exactly how to design it. And so you could have two architects working off of the same educational specifications and end up with different facilities. And so not every facility needs to look like Neal or Patterson. They all picked up the educational specifications principles and they were applied differently.
okay, thank you.
Okay.
That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Mrs. Day?
So, as I promised earlier, I do have some questions. So actually, I appreciate both Ms. Hannan and Mr. Garcia's question. It seems like they already look at my notes, but so follow up Ms. Garcia's question, I do have same concerns for the cost efficiency. So I trying to understand. For example, I want to use a layman like kind of example here. For example, we're buying a house, right? So you can go to a builder like Perez Homes, or you can go to a builder as Trendmaker. And definitely they both provide very quality housing, right? But basically, I'm a very conservative when it comes to budget and the bond, right? So I wanted to kind of emphasize my position on this when they comes to the bond, because based on my understanding, if we approve the specs, so when we build the new schools, we kind of follow the specs, the requirement. And so when the bond comes, then there's the money tied to building the new school will tied up to the specs we approved. Is my understanding correct, Mr. President?
Yes, ma'am, you are correct. But I just want to clarify that, this is a guiding principle that we give to an architect, and that in itself controls the cost. Before this, and it's one of the reasons that the state of Texas decided that every district needed to have educational specifications, because Fort Bend has had them, other districts did not have them, and
Yes.
so you're basically giving a blank check to an architect to go in and just design. In this case, we're limiting, so we're already saying an elementary is going to be X square foot, here's what's going to be in it, and everything. So every architect, and like in our case, when you look at the ed specs, the same ed specs were utilized for Neal, for Leonetti, for Patterson. If you go by those schools, they're totally different schools, but they follow the same educational specification. So you can end up with something that looks differently, but it follows the same. So when you look at square footage, when you look at the systems that they have in there, when you look at furniture and all of that, it's all comparable. If you were to put a blinder on and go into the school itself, you wouldn't really tell the difference. And so that's you are correct. Once these are approved, then this would be the guiding principle that we would issue to architects. But I mean, that's what you have to do. Otherwise, you will have cost overruns, because once we give this to them, and then we also have a budget that they have to adhere to before we even get through schematic design. If they are going over that budget contractually, they have to go ahead and redesign to go ahead and get back to budget. And so this is basically our guiding principles. This is our Bible to be able to move forward as we design buildings.
Thank you for that. So the reason I'm asking, because when we package the bond, when we do the budget, I want us to be conservative. Basically, we meet the requirement, follow all those principles, but like we can shop at H-E-B or we can shop at Whole Food. So at current situation, I want us to shop at H-E-B. That's my point I wanted to make, and I want to share with the rest of the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Day. You didn't consider Aldi's? All right. Mr. Hamilton?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. If I can borrow Dr. Gilliam's question about what have we learned, so I just want to put two different things together and make sure we've considered, ask if we've considered that. So I know as we discussed the situation we're in with the M&O budget, one of the factors that got us in the situation, according to the executive team, was the way that we built schools, and we made some decisions on certain schools to build them smaller than what is maximally effective from an operating cost standpoint. So I just want to ask, has that been factored in, I guess, to this decision process, so that we're not contributing to that M&O problem going forward?
Yes, sir. It's a good question. And as we've alluded to rebuilds, the rebuilds that we would be doing would be, for 1,000 if they're in elementary, for sure. But we do understand that, we built some schools based on what was being required at the time. But, looking back in hindsight, we need to build our schools at 1,000.
What's the maximum capacity for a high school, if somebody knows that?
2,800.
As far as like the maximal efficient capacity target, I guess? Is that?
Well, we're designing for 28 with a core of 3,000. It's literally a philosophy of, district philosophy. There's, districts that have, 4,000, student elementaries. It doesn't necessarily make it any more efficient, but, that's just kind of their philosophy, that they feel that they can handle that many kids in high school. Others are smaller, 1,800, kind of like our middle schools.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. And you must have been looking at my notes, like some of y'all. But so speaking on numbers, I do have this question. And Carolina, you mentioned that the maximum enrollment, for example, at a middle school is 1,400 with course space of 1,600. And you said something thereafter that if we needed to add on in the future, and so adding on in the future would be for 200 students. Is that accurate? In both considerations for middle school or high school?
That is correct. And then your course spaces would be ready. All you would have to do is provide a classroom addition. In the course spaces, your library, cafeteria, any of those support spaces would be ready to support the number of students for the middle school would be 1,600 or 3,000 for a high school.
Okay. And why would you delay construction of the additional 200 students? I would think if you think of construction cost and let's say today's market versus in 10 years, 15 years, it might be substantially greater. I mean, I'm just wondering, what is the cost efficiency on delaying construction for a potential need in the future if you know there is abundance of growth and et cetera? Is there savings?
Many times the projections would show that you don't need it right now. You plan for it, you design the space for it, and it would be then ready, and it is really not complicated to add onto it when it's been planned for. Your infrastructure is ready, your air conditioning systems would support it. It is just an alternative so that you don't build a school that's too large when you don't need it. But in the future, fast forward 5-10 years, if you need it, you can go back and provide the additional classrooms.
Okay, so essentially, are we looking at future value, like cash flow of today's value versus the future value of what those costs would be, or no?
We're definitely not.
If I may real quick, because I understand exactly what you're saying. So what we found in our lessons learned, we talked about lessons learned, we found out on the elementaries that we were building them 850 with 1,000 core. Before we were finishing the school, we were already needing to start an addition. So that's why you see that they're at 1,000. At a middle school, we haven't built a middle school in a while, but the projections do not show that we're going to fill them that way. Kind of like Crawford. Y'all will be speaking about that soon. We don't fill them as quickly. Going back to the cost benefit, it's all going to depend on the market. In today's market, it could be best to hold back because and I'm looking at a crystal ball, but it appears that, costs are kind of getting to a plateau and may start, coming back down. So if we were to build the additional at this point, we may be paying more premium than we would if we waited. If you're in a good market, then I totally agree. You should go ahead and just build it. You already have it. You can just design it and build it, and there would be economy when you have the contractor there on site. Very similar to another line item we're going to be bringing in a little bit where we have a contractor on site.
Okay, but we do take that into consideration, is what I'm asking.
No, we do.
Okay.
We do.
All right, great. Oh, we have more questions.
Great.
Mrs. Day.
All right, that's a bonus question. So I'm looking at the slide, the timeline. So you said every 5 years, right? We need to update, but last one was 2018. I'm trying to figure out when do we need to approve this, like the specs?
Ideally, you want to have them approved before the bond passes. It is a TA requirement that you are to provide the ed specs to the architects before they start design.
So do we have a timeline on that? Like this month, January, February, when is that?
This month would be ideal to get them approved so that we can prepare.
Okay. So is that possible? Can you provide a cost comparison for the elementary school, like Ms. Garcia mentioned, Neil Elementary School compare versus to Patterson, because they both are good quality schools. Can we scan the board to see the number, the cost, the design, so we can have an idea what is, the difference?
Yes, ma'am. We could provide that information before next board meeting.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Day. And I'd add on to that, as far as the ed specs from Neil versus, let's say, Leonetti, what those differences are. If you could provide that.
So the ed specs are the same specs, so they were designed under the same ed spec.
Well then.
Just different architects.
Okay. So then there's no bearing on. The ed specs of Patterson are the same as well, right?
Correct.
So there's no bearing on that.
So the specs, so what is the cost difference then? So I know there's a difference between the cost for the Patterson. I mean, you said the architect difference, right? So I don't think you should retire, to be honest. Let's just put out there.
So it's, and I'm not trying to be crass, but the cost of a building is dependent on the bidders, the time that it was bid, and how it came in. It's my father-in-law appraised homes.
Yeah.
And he used to always say that the value of the home is whatever someone is willing to pay for it.
Yes.
Well, the value of a school is the value on bid day, and then the negotiation that you have afterwards. So, I can't look in a crystal ball and tell you why Patterson was cheaper than Neil or whatever. It is just that was the market on that day, and then the true value is at the end of the project. Did you have a lot of change orders? Did you not? Where did you end up? And I can tell you at Fort Bend, we've ended up under budget on the majority of our projects. And you can tell that by the fact that we have, additional contingency. In 2014, where we started off with zero contingency, we have 10 million. So we've done well.
Thank you for that. So basically, I'm trying to understand at the board level, how can we best the supervise the bond budget? Basically, that's what I'm trying to ask, that question. So
I think it's, part of, we have to go in and look and make sure that the price per square foot that we're bringing forth as we go for the next bond, that it is within reason, that it is comparable to what's happening, right now in the construction market. So, we don't want to come in and do $500 a square foot if the construction market is bearing, 360 or 370 a square foot. So that's where, if we bring something that's out of line, obviously we would expect you to say, wait a minute, where did you get these numbers? But then once we go ahead and, issue bonds and we go forward, then it's a matter of, we provide the monthly reports just to make sure that we're staying, within those parameters that we set, forth, that we're not increasing, we have a set ed spec, that we're not deviating from that ed spec unless there's a good reason and we come back to the board. Because if we deviate, we have to come back. If we're going to build elementaries for 800, we need to come and let you know, hey, for this reason, we're going to do 800. If we're going to do 1,200, we need to come back and tell you, for this reason, we're going to do 1,200, and you would have to agree and approve before we would go forward. Otherwise, by approving these specs, then that gives us a roadmap on this is how we're going to go ahead and budget for the next bond, and then you hold us accountable to make it happen.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I feel retirement is overrated, Mr. Press.
And if I may add, Ms. Day, one of the things that would happen is once the bond is approved by voters, our design and construction group brings forward the approval of the budget for the projects. And then we will go out and do the solicitations for construction. When those come in, you're able to evaluate what the anticipated cost is based on those per square foot costs that Oscar said versus how it came in from a contractor. And I think you've seen previously there have been cases where we've recommended that the board not move forward with a vendor or a specified means of construction because the cost came in higher than what we expected.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that, Brian. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Day. Great questions and keeping Mr. Perez here. All right. Oh, you don't have any more questions? Okay. Looks like we're moving on. Thank you very much, both of you. Next item is item B, review the minutes for approval of the following Fort Bend ISD Board of Trustee meetings, November 7th, and 14th. Do we have any discussion? All right, seeing none, moving on to item C, revisions to policies. And Mr. Wilbanks, just in case everyone has questions, or maybe you want to go over some of the modifications, that would be appreciative for the board. We have CGA first.
Yes, good evening, Board. We've provided to you on the board book, in the board book on page 81, a brief synopsis of each policy. Tonight you have 4 policies. 3 of them are actually new policies that we are recommending the board adopt. One is a revision. They all stem from what we're labeling compliance policies, policies that from legislative action, the board is required to make adjustments to those policies. If you begin with CJA, CJA is a requirement, or is an option rather, that House Bill 3270 in 2017 made available to the district. And ultimately what happens is it authorizes the person in charge of a facility to allow a contractor or a vendor in an emergency situation who needs to be in that facility. If there's a delay in their criminal background check, it provides a limited emergency exception for that contractor to be able to come onto that campus to make a repair, and to move that. Previously, we don't have that available in policy, and so that's not available. The board would have to take action as policy is currently written, so we're recommending the board adopt that policy, making that discretionary action available to our campus and facility leaders. DF local is...
Well, thanks. If you don't mind, I think Mr. Hamilton has something he wants to add regarding CGA.
Yes, sorry for the interruption. Thank you. I think it's helpful to jump in now rather than waiting. So I just want to reiterate and kind of emphasize that there are two boxes that both have to be checked under this situation. So one is the emergency piece. And so this would only go into effect as far as waiving the background check requirement during an emergency. And second, that the person would be required to be supervised by a district employee for the entirety of while they're on campus.
Correct.
So.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Hamilton. Does anyone else have any questions regarding CJA? All right. No, please proceed, Mr. Wilbanks, with DF.
For sure. Policy DF is also a new policy that we are recommending be adopted in accordance with some requirements that came in from Senate Bill 7 in 2017 regarding occasionally when we become aware of offenses that an employee commits against students, the district needs to take action quickly. As you are aware, Chapter 21 of the Ed Code provides strong protections for our teachers. But in an event those employees take actions against our students, we need to move quickly. And so this provides a means by which, in those instances, the superintendent or designee can take those actions when they need to be taken immediately. They're very limited circumstances. For example, one is when SBEC has revoked a teacher's certification because of an offense that requires them to register as a sex offender, for example. We need to be able to move quickly against those, and ordinarily we would have to have board action to take contract action against those employees. So that's the basis for the recommendation under DF local.
Thank you, Mr. Wilbanks. Does anyone have any questions regarding DF? All right, seeing none, please proceed with DFE, please.
DFE local is the one difference. This is a revision to policy. It's not based on legislation, but it's based on a recent Commissioner of Education proposal for decision. As lawyers, we watch what comes out of the Commissioner's office. They issue these proposals for decisions, and occasionally these cases settle before the decision becomes final, and this is one that happened. And ultimately it comes down to who is authorized to accept an employee's resignation. There's a curious language, some curious language in Chapter 21 of the Ed Code that references the board or the board's designee. And there's a question of, can the superintendent then designate further? Well, the Commissioner of Education has come down pretty strong regarding those designations. And so our recommendation is those designations need to be in policy, that they are only board designations, that the superintendent at that point does not have the authority to further designate. So the changes in DFE local are making those adjustments to specify in policy who has the ability to accept specifically contract employee resignations.
Okay, any questions or discussion on that? Nope, let's keep rolling. Thank you, sir.
For sure. Policy GKE local, back to a new policy required by legislation. This is House Bill 3270 again in 2017. Oh, I'm sorry, I flipped to the wrong page. This policy was required. Here we are. Senate Bill 1566 in 2017 required school districts, required you as a school board to adopt a specific policy allowing for certain youth, patriotic youth organizations to have time in front of students on campuses. This was ultimately it requires you to adopt a specific policy that only these organizations listed in a federal rule, actually a federal code, have the ability to approach a school and request up to 10 minutes, or at a minimum of 10 minutes before those students, as far as reaching out and making contact with those students from like an assembly or in a middle school or high school, a table at lunch. And so this policy ultimately gives the campus principal the authority to define the details regarding how and when, and discretion over the date and time and visits, etc.
All right, any discussion on that? Seeing none, we'll move on. Mr. Wilbanks, thank you so much, not only for your time here and thorough summative explanations on these policies, but also on helping our policy committee to get these things in action and approved by the board. Thank you, and adopted. Next item is item D, review the conversion order for Series 2022B bonds. Do we have any discussion? All right, seeing none, let's move on to item E, review the fixed rate bond order for new money and refunding bonds and commercial paper. Any discussion on item E? All right, we're rolling to item F, review variable rate bond order for new money and refunding bonds and commercial paper. Any discussion? G.
Madam President, if I may, I do want to acknowledge that this evening we do have with us Mr. Raul Villasenor from Hilltop Securities, as well as Mr. Jonathan Frales from Bracewell. They're our financial advisor and bond counsel, respectively, and so they are available to answer any questions the board may have if there are any.
Thank you so much for being here with us tonight and to answer questions. We greatly appreciate it. However, it looks like the explanations within our board book were sufficient. Thank you. Item G, review additional underwriters to be utilized by the district in connection with future bond debt issued. Do we have any discussion? I think, did I skip F? Maybe. Let's go to F. I thought I did it, but that's okay. Review variable rate bond order for new money and refunding bonds and commercial paper. Okay. Now to G. Review additional underwriters to be utilized by the district in connection with future bond debt issued. Mr. Hamilton?
Yes, just a quick comment. So this is in response to legislation that prevents companies from being used if they engage in, I would say, discriminatory practices against companies solely on the basis of those companies either having to do with legal manufacture or distribution of firearms and or being in the oil and gas industry. And I would say it's good that we are. I think it's a good thing that Texas acted to prevent that sort of to prevent that sort of discrimination against those companies that were not breaking any laws, but they were basically indirectly the targets of political action. And so I'm glad that that's stopping, even though that's kind of above our purview and it's being mandated, I guess, from the state level. But
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Mr. Gwynn, would you like to add on anything regarding item G?
I would mention the fact that back in September, the board previously approved a list of underwriters, and at the time, the Attorney General had not certified, the State Controller had not certified specifically which vendors had to be excluded. And at the time, the board asked if, once that list was certified, if there were some that were still outstanding, would we bring those back? This is incorporating firms that are underwriters that we have previously worked with and would recommend working with again. And so this is adding those back in. I believe there were 2 underwriters that were specifically added to the AG list, and those are no longer included in our underwriting pool.
Okay, thank you for that, and thank you for bringing them back to us as well. All right, no other discussion. Item H, review of water line and water meter easement for Clements High School field house. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, let's move on to item I, review the budget amendment regarding use of 2014 bond program contingency funds for security cameras, land acquisition, and fine arts instruments. Do we have any discussion? Yes, Mrs. Hannon.
Thank you, Mrs. Malone. I sent in a couple of questions, and thank you for the answers, Mr. Gwynn, on the previous items today about the bond and the commercial paper. Let me make sure I'm on, are we on 268? Okay. So this item is regarding, is this one specifically regarding the security cameras and the sheet music? Is this a combined item? That's what I'm asking, Mrs. Malone. Yes. Even though they're 2 separate pages in my board book?
Madam President, if I may, so this is setting aside bond contingency for security cameras, land acquisitions, and fine arts instruments. There is also a separate item for sheet music, but it is separate from this specific item.
Okay, so I'll hold on to my sheet music one.
This one's on page 269 in the book.
This is 269.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I just have a question about security cameras. So if I'm not in the right spot here.
You're in the right spot.
Okay. So I guess my question is it felt kind of like a short lifespan for these cameras, the explanation I got today. I can't remember the exact time, but the amount that we're paying for something that has a shorter warranty, obviously, than the lifespan, and this is coming out of bond contingency. So I guess my question is, knowing that the other 4,000 or so are destined to also fail, correct? Just looking at the 700 plus that are inoperable. Is that something that we obviously, if we had the money, we could use the general fund to pay for anything, right? But, is that something that we annually put in, or not annually, but put into bonds? So in our next bond to cover the potential 4,000 that will fail over their lifespan? It's a lot. It's a lot.
So let me start, and I'll let Chief and Oscar talk specifically to the lifespan of them. But from a financial standpoint, one of the metrics that the board has put in place through the budget or the fiscal and budgetary strategy that you all adopt each year is the weighted useful life of the asset versus the weighted average maturity of our debt. And there's a certain percentage that we have to maintain, and we want to be below that. And at this point, we are well below that threshold as established by the board. Part of the way that we do that is one of your questions, and this relates to it in a tangential way, is that why would we use variable rate debt? Well, variable rate debt has a short payoff period before it resets, and so some of those items that we purchase, such as computer equipment, the security cameras, are paid off early in the cycle so that we ensure that the life of that asset we're not paying on 20 or 30 years from now. And so that's part of the way that we manage that is through that threshold, but I'll let either Mr. Perez or Chief Ryder speak specifically to the lifespan of those assets. But that's, from a finance perspective, that's how we balance whether or not we should include it in the bond or not.
Okay.
Yeah, Ms. Hannon. Also, we're on I, and so I just wanted to clarify that on that item, those three different things that you see in the agenda, that is just to request approval to pull money out of contingency to use on those. Later on K, that's specifically for getting approval specifically for the use of the money for cameras, if that helps.
It does, and I'm sorry that I
No, that's fine.
confused
That's
those
fine. I just wanted to make sure.
Those two items. I gotcha.
No, you're good.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions on I, we're going to move on to J. Review the budget amendment regarding use of 2018 bond program contingency funds for PKG 055 Austin Parkway ES drainage improvements. Do we have any discussion? Mrs. Day.
So I wanted to clarify. So this item, okay, I vaguely remember, so we had this last year or few months ago. So can you explain to me why this bring back to us today?
Yes, ma'am. And once again, kind of like Chief said, there's another item in a little bit that'll give you that clarification. This particular item is just for the use of contingency. And then the next one we can give, or I can explain now, but it's, there's another item that addresses exactly what you're asking.
I'll wait then. Thank you.
All right, moving on to item K, review the budget transfer of $125,000 from Bond 2018, Project 2811, Security Camera Storage Project, to partially fund security camera replacements needed district-wide, and approval of a total project budget of $525,000 to full fund the camera replacement project. Ms. Hanna, do you want to ask any additional questions on it, or are you good?
No, thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Day, do you have questions regarding K? No? All right. Well, seeing no further questions, we're going to move on to item L, review the proposed purchases exceeding $50,000 specifically for, number one, review a revised project for hard surface play area improvements needed at Austin Parkway Elementary School to include an additional $393,000 for a total project budget amount of $966,000 through 2018 bond contingency funds. Mrs. Day.
So, Mr. Perez.
Yes, ma'am. So you are correct that we, back in February, we came to the board to go ahead and approve the drainage because this is a campus where water is draining onto the hard surface. And so we went ahead and asked the board to approve a drainage improvement, which y'all did. Once we got in there and had the contractor looking at it, what we found is that besides getting water away from that, there has been subsidence. In other words, that whole slab has, sunk. And so even if we go ahead and do all of the drainage that we can, there's a possibility that we're still going to have water coming back to it because it's gone down. And so what we're asking to come back here is to get some additional dollars while the contractor is on site to be able to just tear this out and rebuild it at the right elevation so it's not getting water back onto it, because otherwise we can get water to shed away from it as much as possible, but there still appears that there's going to be backflow into that particular surface area. And what that does, by doing this, we're able to go ahead and actually put a hard surface and cover that is based on the new educational specification. So we bring that particular one up to the new ed specs.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Price. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Day, I'm actually processing that as well because that was one of my questions that had discussed previously. All right, I'm going to save that, though. All right, number 2, review for the purchase of band uniforms and related items for Marshall High School in an amount not to exceed $67,913, and authorization for the superintendent to negotiate and execute the agreement through May of 2025. Do we have any discussion? Nope. Moving on, we're going to go to item number 3, review for the continued purchase of sheet music, music supplies, and related items from multiple vendors in an amount not to exceed $1.25 million, and authorization for the superintendent to negotiate and execute the agreements through December of 2027. Mrs. Hannon.
Thank you, Mrs. Malone. And I think it was Mr. Drew that answered my question earlier today about this. But if I might just ask for some additional clarification. So, I understand we have to follow copyright rules, and hopefully nobody's at the copy machine making, copies of sheet music, because that would not be great. And you've written in here that UIL does not allow the repetition of music until 3 years have passed, and that also some of the sheet music is consumable. So my question, I'm thinking back to Ms. Williams' explanation of the process and the guiding questions for reduction of cost. So, Mr. Drew, if you'll help me understand. So maybe in 2017, the previous board, did they approve like the $1.2 million for sheet music through this month of 22? That's correct. And this board has also approved something regarding sheet music in the past year.
So I believe we brought a supplemental, and Mr. Gwynn can help me out, but we brought a supplemental bid for sheet music, I think 2 years ago or last year.
Okay. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I just remembered approving something for sheet music, but and I was wondering how that cost changed. So I'm sorry, I'm trying to be a little more succinct, but it's not working very well here.
And I can tell you that our cost for sheet music went up during COVID because the students were all online, and so our sheet music costs went up quite a bit that year and a half that we were online.
Okay. So for the next 5 years or ish, you're asking for the same amount, I think, like $1.2 million. I guess the question I have is that thinking about Stephanie Williams' process that she's explained that this design team is going through, are we thinking about things, and I'm sorry, Mr. Drew, it's just your item gets to be the one I'm sort of picking on, and it's not necessarily specifically you, but is there a way that we might be thinking of how we can do things differently with sheet music? And forgive me, I've not been in band. I was for 3 weeks. I played the trombone, and they told me maybe choir was a better place for me. So I don't have a background, but that's the bottom line of my question. So we're approving the same amount for 5 years that the previous board approved for 5 years, and I guess I'm just thinking, is there any cost saving mechanism in there for sheet music?
So what I could tell you is that all of our secondary music directors inventory their sheet music, and they put it in a software that we use called Charms Office. And so if I'm at Austin High School and I want to play a particular piece of music, I can go into Charms and search all of the other campuses in Fort Bend that their music libraries and see if anybody else has it. And if they do and they're not using it, then I can borrow it. So a lot of our campuses borrow music, across the
So it's like an interlibrary loan
Exactly.
for sheet music.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. The cost for like choir music, for example, gets expensive because you have to buy those quattro pieces, and you have to buy one for every kid that's in the choir in order to comply with copyright laws, and that's when it gets expensive. And of course, there's new music that's constantly being published, so teachers want to perform more recently published works and those sort of things.
Okay.
And then we're also opening new campuses with new programs, so that
Right. And I understand, and I want us to be, I don't want us to be trailing behind other districts, but I still, as I listen to Ms. Williams and thinking about those compelling questions that those folks are asking, I hope that even though people's names might not get on the list from the E-team to say, hey, look at this, I hope that we're all using those guiding and compelling questions to how we can tighten our belt, and maybe it's a temporary for a few years until we get more financially stable. But thank you, Mr. Drew, for trying to help me understand. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Hannon. Thank you, Mr. Drew. Seeing Miss Dr. Gilliam? Okay.
Just for clarification, I know we have a magnificent fine arts department, and we do a lot of shows. But can you explain? Can you explain to us how, when I see $1 million, that's a lot of money. So I'm thinking that how do we actually go through, like, as the fine arts director, so you're going through, and do we use everything? I'm being very careful with my words. I know if I was a business teacher, and anything that I put on the list, I had a certain amount I could spend, and sometimes I may not have used all of those materials. How do we know that we are being very cautious and very careful with our money, and the items that we do purchase, we do use?
So,
and I don't know if that's a good question or not, but I'm wondering, I think you understand.
I feel pretty confident that what we're purchasing, we use.
Okay, we don't just have something, let's just put this in the library, so in case we need it one day.
Right. No, we have a process where if a teacher wants to order music, they call the music store and they get a quote, and then they send it to us, and then we do a purchase order. So the teacher has a pretty good idea that this is going to work for their group. Now, that isn't to say if they get a particular piece of music and they pass it out and then they realize, oh, this doesn't fit my group very well, they put it in the library and they try it another year. That happens occasionally. But I can tell you, being a band director for 20-some-odd years, that I had a pretty good idea of what the group could play, and I usually didn't buy music unless I was pretty sure the group could play it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. And we'll move on to item number 4, review Region 4 contract for professional development services. Do we have any discussion on that? Dr. Gilliam? Okay. All right. Seeing no discussion, let's move on to, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to understand this a little bit more. If somebody could provide some background, some context on the Region 4 contract. Like, what does it all entail and why it's needed, all that good stuff?
Region 4 provides services to the district for site-based consulting services, professional learning, and also for district staff to attend required trainings at Region 4 and optional trainings. This contract came about because annually the TEA provides the district with a grant of funds of approximately $80,000 that can only be used with Region 4. That number, 80,000, is greater than 50,000, so we must bring it to the board for approval of expenditure of funds. And the purchasing department worked with all departments and campuses who utilize Region 4 to make the estimate that you see there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Garcia. Thank you, Mrs. Williams. All right, moving on to item number 5, review the continued purchase of electrical contractor services, supplies, and related items from various cooperative contracts in an amount not to exceed $2,961,571, and authorization for the superintendent to negotiate and execute the agreements through December of 2027. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, this concludes our review section of this agenda meeting, and we will move on with public comment. And there are 0 speakers, so although the board encourages and welcomes comments, we'll move on. And we will now convene in closed session under Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, under the following sections. Section 551.071, for the purpose of a private consultation with the board's attorney on any or all subjects or matters authorized by law. Section 551.072, consider purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. Section 551.074, personnel matters. Section 551.076, security matters. Section 551.082, student discipline matter or complaint. Or Section 551.0821, personally identifiable information about public school student. The time is 8:23 p.m., and we are now convened in closed session. Okay. The time is 11:57 p.m. and we are now reconvened in open session. There are actions to consider from closed session items. Do we have any motions?
Yes, Mrs. Malone. I move that the Board of Trustees grant the request to transfer PH to another campus in the district and authorize the superintendent to coordinate the transfer in consultation with PH's parent pursuant to board policy FDB legal.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Mrs. Hannon, a second by Mr. Hamilton. Do we have any discussion? Or actually, please vote.
Can I ask a point of clarification?
Yes.
Just to make sure, so we are voting to grant the transfer request? Yes, okay, thank you.
Clements, right?
Oh, yes. It's listed by school.
So we're doing.
Yes, this is a recommended board action on transfer student from Clements High School. Yes.
Okay, please vote.
This is your answer, or this is your answer?
And we are voting on Clements. The motion carries 4-3. Do we have any other motions?
I did not understand the vote.
Are you asking for a recount or?
I'm asking for a redo. I wanted to vote against that.
That would require, I guess, a motion for reconsideration.
Because a vote against would be that.
Dr. Gilliam, as I understood, the motion was to grant the transfer request of PH from Clements High School?
Correct.
Away from Clements High School. That's what I understood the motion to be.
Correct.
So can we agree by consensus to do the vote again, or do we need a motion to address the motion again?
You need a motion to reconsider.
Motion to reconsider would be the correct avenue since the board has voted.
I move to reconsider the previous vote for the motion as stated. I need a second.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Okay, we have a motion to reconsider by Mrs. Hannon and a second by Dr. Gilliam. Do we have any discussion? Okay, please vote on reconsidering.
Okay, so against it.
So now you're voting on just reconsidering. You're not voting on the motion.
Oh, to reconsider. Okay. Yes.
A yes vote on the motion to reconsider would mean erasing the previous vote and giving you.
And then a new motion would be required.
Right.
Okay, the motion carries 6-1. Now I need another motion for item A, please.
Okay, I'm going to restate the previous motion. I move that the Board of Trustees grant the request to transfer PH to another campus in the district and authorize the superintendent to coordinate the transfer in consultation with PH's parent pursuant to board policy FDB legal.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mrs. Hannon. We have a second by Mrs. Day. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
You need to vote again.
Okay, the motion carries 4-3. Do I have another motion?
I want the girl to stay at Clement. That's what I'm trying to do.
You wanted to vote against.
Yeah.
Hey, if that's the case, I need another motion to reconsider.
I move to reconsider the previous vote on the previous motion.
Second.
I second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mrs. Hannon and a second by Mr. Garcia. Do we have any discussion? Please vote.
No. Oh, okay, never mind.
We're voting on reconsidering. The motion carries 7-0. Now we'll try this third time's a charm.
Now, before I make the motion, Mr. Brush, may I state a clarification on what a yes vote means or what a no vote means here?
If you make the motion, perhaps I can state the clarification.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Brush. I move that the Board of Trustees grant the request. Oh, this is Clements High School, I'm sorry. I move that the Board of Trustees grant the request to transfer PH to another campus in the district and authorize the superintendent to coordinate the transfer in consultation with PH's parent pursuant to board policy FDB legal.
To state the effect of the motion and a vote on the motion, if a trustee votes for the motion, it will carry and the student will be transferred. If the trustee does not wish a transfer to occur, that would be a no vote.
Point of clarification. So it appears we have 4 votes to deny the transfer request. So can we skip this vote that is intended by the board to fail? And because if this vote fails, then we have to consider the alternate version, right?
No, the board would have the motion would have failed and the proposition would have failed.
We can proceed with this?
Correct,
Okay.
and it will be decisive of the issue.
Okay, thank you.
I second.
We have a motion by Mrs. Hannon. We have a second by Dr. Gilliam. Do we have any discussion? No? Seeing none, please vote. Okay, for the third time, the motion fails 3-4. Moving on to the next motion, please.
Mrs. Malone, this motion is regarding Dulles Middle School. I move that the Board of Trustees grant the request to transfer CM to another campus in the district and authorize the superintendent to coordinate the transfer in consultation with CM's parent pursuant to board policy FDB legal.
All right, we have a motion by Mrs. Hannon. Do we have a second?
I second.
And a second by Dr. Gill.
Could we ask Mr. Brush to clarify that again?
I think it's the same situation.
It is the same situation, but I think it is worthy of clarification.
I'm happy to clarify. A yes vote on the motion will cause the student to be transferred. A no vote will deny the transfer and have the effect of defeating the request for a transfer.
Thank you, Mr. Brush. Please vote. Okay, the motion fails 2-5. Do we have any other motions?
Yes, we do, Madam President. I move the Board of Trustees accept and approve the superintendent's recommendation to appoint Shannon South as Director of Finance.
Second.
We have a motion by Dr. Gilliam, a second by Mr. Hamilton. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. The motion carries 6-1. May I get a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
Second.
The time is 12:07 a.m. and we are now adjourned.